in our lives, but we all know those few who never left, the ones who make you stronger, build you up when you're broken down, the partners who've always had you covered. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we know what it means to be there, guiding you toward a healthier state of mind. Because the more we know as individuals, the healthier we all feel as a community through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
And we're going to overtime.
Erica, how much have I spent on concessions?
For questions about their money, Dallas Cowboys fans can turn to Erica, the virtual financial assistant in the Bank of America mobile banking app. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/Erica by your side. Bank of America, official bank of the Dallas Cowboys. Erica responses may vary. Digital tools featured require downloading the mobile banking app and may only be available on select mobile devices. Erica is a mobile feature only available in the English language. Your chat may be recorded and monitored for quality assurance. Message and data rates and additional terms may apply. Bank of America, N.A., member FDIC.
This is the Dallas Cowboys Pepsi Postgame Show. Pepsi, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, here's Zach Wolchuk and Bryan Broaddus.
Lipke in motion, sets up wide left. Prescott rolling that way. Rolling, looking, throwing down the left sideline. Intercepted. At the 33-yard line. Undercutting CeeDee Lamb. Diamador Lenore with the 49ers' second takeaway of the night.
Yeah, that was one of two interceptions for Dak Prescott. And then, of course, the final drive, which we'll talk about. First play, almost another interception to Fred Warner. Then you had a pass that had no chance. The almost completion, a good throw to Turpin along the sideline that he's unable to make the play on. And then the fourth down with Jalen Brooks getting targeted there, pass a little high. Maybe an incidental contact. I'm sure some Cowboy fans would have liked the flag there. Either way, it is the postgame show. 30-24, 49ers beating the Cowboys to improve to 4-4 on the season. 3-2 at home. Cowboys suffering their first road loss. They are now 3-4 on the year, and they'll head back on the road to take on Atlanta next week. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout, Bryan Broaddus. The postgame show brought to you by Pepsi. Made for Cowboys watching, and that third quarter, 21-0. San Francisco outscoring Dallas. Isaac Guerrero a touchdown. George Kittle a touchdown. Brock Purdy runs it in. Fourth quarter, CeeDee Lamb has an outstanding quarter, has a couple of touchdowns. You think you have a chance, but then that final sequence, Brian, I know you and I were looking at each other like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah, no, and hats off to the 49ers for kind of rallying there in the when it came down to having to make a stop there at the end. I mean, their offense put them in a pretty bad situation there. Their coach put them in a bad situation there. Dallas was able to get the stop, get the ball back, plenty of time left. And then Dallas, it looked like they had never run felt like a 2-minute offense. I mean, after the two previous touchdowns of that, and I just felt like going into this game, I know you and I talked about it at halftime, I didn't feel like they had a really good handle of covering CeeDee Lamb. And to me, that's where I kind of look at the way that the final drive went, and was kind of hopeful that they would kind of figure out ways to once again get him the football. But, it's just unfortunate that it fell apart for you. Dallas didn't really have an answer for George Kittle tonight with Wilson, and they really didn't have an answer for Brock Purdy running the football. And, that was something that was, I felt like in the game, when you start to talk about 56 yards, a touchdown there on that quarterback sneak, that right there was in my opinion, a big difference in that game. Yeah, you played terribly offensively in the third quarter, but man, I'll tell you what, though, you had a chance. Unfortunately, the quarterback and the receiver and the primary play caller couldn't get that done for the game-winning drive.
Yeah, and you mentioned CeeDee.
We've seen it at Pittsburgh. We did see that in Pittsburgh. And you kind of needed a Pittsburgh game tonight too. Is really what you needed.
Well, in that series and in the comeback against the Steelers, you had Jalen Tolbert step up, right? You had somebody outside of CeeDee Lamb, and tonight 13 catches, 17 targets, 146 yards, a pair of touchdowns. But after that, Jalen Tolbert had 44 yards. 28 of that was on one play.
Right.
Nobody else on the offense really stepped up for you. Jake Ferguson, 6 catches, but 23 yards. He had the one really good third down conversion, and that's another thing. I remember tweeting Cowboys 4 of 5 on third down. I think that was midway through the second quarter after they scored that first touchdown to put them up 10-3. They didn't convert another third down the rest of the game. They were working and extending drives early. That fell apart late. Dak wasn't very good. Who else is going to step up? You can look at the personnel outside of CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Nobody's scaring you there. I mean, I know I see a lot of people complaining right now. Those passes at the end. The first one that should have been intercepted by Fred Warner, he is trying to force to CeeDee through three guys. But then after that, it goes to Brooks. It goes to Turpin. Who else do you want him to throw the football to?
Yeah, he is very fortunate. I think that, you look at that, the way that they just could not get him the ball. Like I say, they tried early, and then the Turpin, I don't know if Turpin would have been in bounce, even if he'd caught the ball. I think it would have been really, really close, but they'd have probably taken a look at that, of course, and determined that was the case. I'll tell you something too, by the way. If Dallas has red zone problems, if they get down there and have red zone problems, I would just run pick routes and eliminate blocker and eliminate coverage inside.
Oh my
on
gosh.
That Kittle touchdown right there. If that to me is that, if that's not offensive pass interference, I don't know what is. I really, really don't. So if that's going to be the case from here on out, just go ahead and just block all you want down there and let Dallas, if you want to, have opportunities to make plays. But that final drive was just so poor, and it was almost like the third quarter when they weren't able to do anything to get any type of first downs or keep any drives going.
877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text, 877-881-1053. I will say, though, Brian, when they get the football there, defense did a hell of a job. And CeeDee Lamb, the 2 touchdowns, it put them in position, 30-24, but they get the football there to start that final drive. I wonder, yourself, but how many fans really thought, okay, they got a shot here at their own 25. They're going to go do this thing.
Well, I mentioned the Pittsburgh game. You did, on a Sunday night, you were able to find a way to get that done. And, it was you're clearly momentum was on your side. And, Kyle Shanahan, they gave you an opportunity there.
He struggles to close out games.
He really
That's
does.
a Kyle Shanahan issue with San Francisco.
That's the whole deal right there. You look at the situation, and they've blown a couple of 10-point leads already this year. We'd seen the same thing with the Ravens earlier in the year. They'd blown some leads. And Dallas just they just could not. They just needed to get a good start. The first down play needed to be a good play, and hell, it almost ended up being an interception.
Yeah,
tried to throw it through basically 3 red jerseys there. That's just not getting it done.
No, and the third quarter has been a massive issue this year.
Yeah.
For the Cowboys. They've been outscored now 61-19 in the third quarter this year, and really that's what ended up flipping this game. I know, look, final score 30-24, it tells a different story, but all of a sudden you look up and it was 27-10. Cowboys led 10-6 at halftime.
Yep.
They came out 8-play touchdown drive for the Niners, interception. 7-play touchdown drive for the Niners, punt, 3 and out. 9-play touchdown drive for the Niners, punt, 3 and out. Then your defense finally forces a punt, but it took a while for this team to do anything offensively, and the third quarter was absolutely atrocious. That's really where you lost the football game.
Yeah, it wasn't until, they got in a 3rd and 1 situation with San Francisco, and Dallas was able to get off the field. Really nice tip of the ball there by Diggs. Probably should have been intercepted by Golston, but, Dallas then got the ball back, drove down, and then, you got with CeeDee Lamb and the way he was able, that's when the things kind of started getting going. But just all around, the quarterback play just was not good enough tonight in a lot of areas.
No.
The interceptions were poor throws. They would talk about stepping up and all that stuff like that. Hell, he's throwing in double coverage anyway.
Yeah, decision-making was poor.
Decision-making. To me, throwing the ball to Turpin, unless there's separation down there, no. Don't think about throwing.
It's not a high percentage.
It's not a high percentage pass to a guy that's 5'8", 5'9". It's just not. And Dak, some of the decision making was not good. I don't think the call the second interception, I don't think was a particularly good call by Mike McCarthy, rolling Dak to his left and kind of into the boundary there and trying to make a play. All the clutter and stuff going on there. It's just not a very good call right there. So
no.
There was several bad things that happened in this football game. Play caller, quarterback, the offensive line had its struggle. I will give credit to Ezekiel. I thought he ran the ball hard tonight. but that's really about all you can say.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the second half, that didn't carry over.
No.
You had 4.8 yards a carry going into half. That drops to 3.4, which is around where he's averaging 3.1 for the season. 10 carries, 34 yards. There was no running game in the second half. Granted, you start now, all of a sudden, you're down 3 scores. Now you're going to have to throw the football. But absolutely, quarterback, bad, not good. And you need him to step up and play well with how many guys are just down on that defensive side of the football. And tonight wasn't good enough. Play caller bad. And then you can also say the personnel, because who are you looking for outside of CeeDee Lamb late in the game? If you're going to take him away, who else is stepping up? That's on your owner and your general manager right there.
No, you're absolutely right. Jalen Tolbert needs to find a way to make some plays. And Turpin became the focal point of what they were trying to do. Throws to Spanford. Spanford fights the ball a lot. You clearly, he is not comfortable catching the football. So you just kind of wonder when you're putting guys in position or you're asking them to make plays and they can't make plays. I'm watching the interception right now. Dak rolling into the boundary there, and there's just nowhere for him to throw that ball. Just throw the ball away. Don't try and make a hero play there. Just throw it away. Live to fight another day. Unfortunate.
And some of the throws, it seemed like they were just hanging up in the air for eternity.
Yeah.
It just gave so much more time for defenders to locate the football. And you mentioned Purdy with his legs. Something that Dak, it seems like, no longer has in his game.
No.
He can't run and extend plays and try and pick up a cheap first down with his legs.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Purdy was able to escape a couple of different times, with and make plays with his legs. Your quarterback just doesn't do that anymore.
So much to talk about and break down. We'll get to your calls and text 877-881-1053. We'll have Brad Sham. We'll hear from Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Every moment, every touchdown, every...
Sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys.
3rd and goal, just outside the 2. Shotgun. Snaps to Purdy. Pressured on a blitz. Throws it right. Flags are down as Kittle makes the catch for the touchdown.
Yeah, they're gonna get called for the pick here. There was no foul for offensive pass interference. Oh, wow.
Wow. Okay.
Feel free now in the NFL to run as many of those plays as you'd like. It's now not going to be called.
Well, I mean, it depends on your officiating crew, I guess. I was stunned.
Sure.
I was stunned that they picked that up because that was pretty much a textbook call.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that right there is the definition of a pick. And for that crew to pick up the foul, I think that's inexcusable right there. But now it gives you the opportunity to, Mike McCarthy, if they get down in the red zone and they want to run picks, set up your tight ends on the outside and just slam inside to get CeeDee Lamb and others free. Go ahead and do it.
All right.
Take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean,
we learned something tonight.
Yeah, 30-24, Niners over the Cowboys as the Cowboys now fall to 3-4 on the season. 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. We will get to your phone calls here in just a moment. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus here on the official postgame show of your Cowboys, brought to you by Aristocrat. You just cheered for America's team on the field. Now see them on the reels. Cowboys-themed casino games developed by Aristocrat, now at a casino near you. Aristocrat, a proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. And do you have a gambling problem? Please contact 1-800-GAMBLER for 21 and over. Already seeing some texts asking about this, so we can address it. But I guess on social media, following the game, there's some video out of it. But Trayvon Diggs came out of the locker room and went straight to Mike Leslie over a tweet that he had during the game where he put out one of the clips of a big play for San Francisco.
Sure.
And Trayvon Diggs wasn't necessarily in coverage on the play, but it was the George Kittle crossing route where he ran away from Donovan Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was questioning the effort on Trayvon Diggs' part towards the end trying to make the tackle. He quoted it and said, "What is Trayvon Diggs doing on this play?" Well, I guess Trayvon saw this already. I mean, the game's immediately over. Sees it, goes up to Mike Leslie, called him a coward.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Leslie then said, "Can we talk about it some more?" Diggs said, "Talk about these," a word I'm not going to repeat. And there's
these
video
huevos.
of it. Yeah, huevos.
Yeah.
It's a good way to put it there. This is exactly why stories like the tours come out. Because they can say whatever the hell they want.
Yeah.
It's in-house. We don't care. We're not worried about the noise. We're not. Nothing's a distraction. It's not a distraction. It seems like that is the biggest load of BS you'll ever hear. This is right after the game, and you're worried about a tweet that a media member had about you. That's your biggest concern.
Yeah.
You got paid, you're not playing well. You know why Jerry's so ticked off? Every guy that he's paying right now is not giving him any type of benefit or return on that transaction.
Preach.
Dak, not playing well.
Comes here and yells at us about
Diggs, not playing well.
Yeah.
Go down the list.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Terrence Steele, not playing well.
Yeah.
Any of the guys that now CD finally had, and he's had good moments this year.
Yeah.
He's had a little bit of a rocky start tonight. Very good. But guys, we're worried about what Mike Leslie has tweeted about you over what the hell just happened in the game. You haven't been good the entire season. Focus on yourself. You got plenty there to keep you busy.
Yeah.
Don't worry about a tweet that Mike Leslie's got out there. This is the issue. And this is why people point out that there's a culture problem with the team. And maybe that has nothing to do with the culture. I don't know. Maybe that's just common NFL. All the players are on their phone. That's just where we're looking at right now. But you'd like to think your team's a little more mentally tough, that they're not going to get irked, and maybe it's just an individual player by what somebody's tweeting about them. I mean, it's just another microcosm of the overarching issues with this football team and this organization.
Well said. Really well said.
My gosh.
I mean, what could I add to that? That the fact that that Diggs comes out in his uniform You know, I mean, immediately game is over, and then, you know, obviously he probably looked at his phone in the top of his locker before he takes off his pads, and probably family members are sending him, sending him these kinds of tweets and stuff like that, or sending him text message and say, hey, this is what this guy said. And Diggs felt like he needed to put his phone back in the top of his locker and then come outside and say something to Mike Leslie.
Crazy.
You know, you can handle this a bit. Trust me, I've been yelled at by players before. Jason Witten one time grabbed me and pulled me aside outside of the locker room and said something to me about something I said about him. You know, there's ways to handle this. You know, there's Diggs is one of those guys. Diggs has got some rabbit ears. He really, really does. I mean, he's one of those guys that probably is, every time somebody says something about him, he knows, and he's going to have to comment. Need to play a little bit better, man. Need to play a little bit better.
All right, let's get to the phones. 877-881-1053 after a 30-24, another Cowboys loss to San Francisco. And honestly, it's hard-pressed looking at the schedule until they play the Giants on Thanksgiving to really feel confident picking them a game to win until then, but we'll do our best. Let's go to Harrison in Mesquite. Harrison, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Offensive line played a lot better tonight. Dak just poor decision-making killed the whole game. 49ers took over with Kittles, and the quarterback Purdy started scrambling. It ate up the whole third quarter.
Sure.
Zimmer, his defense, man, I was hoping for big things, but I don't know. He's lost his touch.
Zimmer?
Second time here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, his calling the defense. I know we need safety play. They're gonna have to go get some safeties. The next draft. Wilson and Hooker, terrible, horrible. Every game we can point out something about them.
Sure.
That Jerry got two calls to make. He's got to call Ben Johnson in Detroit, the offense coordinator, and Brian Flores, defense coordinator in Minnesota. We can't continue to have the coaching staff hurt us also. McCarthy is trying to run his offense. He's gotten away from some of the schemes Kellen Moore had left us with, and it's hurting Dak. There's no motion in the offense, and you can tell. Dak said it, I think, the third game of the season, something about the offense. And if you guys recall last year, we was talking about the motion in the offense. It's too lame. It's nothing creative. What did the Niners do? They let Kittles take over the game. They saw it, a weak spot in our secondary, and Kittles took the game over. He had 128 yards receiving. Purdy had 56 for 8 rushes.
I appreciate the call there, Harrison. And you're right. I mean, there was something about, I saw our buddy Mike Golick Jr. Gojo. This was going into the fourth quarter. But we knew coming in, Dak and Brock Purdy were both in the top 5 in percentage of throws into tight windows.
Oh, yeah. They were 1-2 when it came to tight
less
window
than a yard
throws.
of separation.
Yeah,
but tonight, at least entering the fourth quarter, only 4.2% of Brock Purdy's passes were into tight window throws.
Yep.
And I don't think there was a ton difference schematically, and they were down at that point Deebo Samuel, and of course they don't have Brandon Ayuk. So that to me indicates more, and we'll have to watch the film. But the Cowboys weren't covering well on the back end.
No, they absolutely weren't. And and that's if you even when they got pressure, Purdy did a great job of moving around, and he didn't force the ball. That's something when you watch Purdy play, and like last week against Kansas City, he was forcing the football, And so, from one game to another, I think he learned his lesson. And Dallas helped him along the way with the way they did play some coverage on the back end. He's absolutely right about the safety play. There's a reason why Dallas is bad in the middle third, and that's the middle third of the defense, is because people run crossing routes, and you really don't have any answers with safety play there.
It's an issue. And then at the end, Marquise Bell comes into the game. He gets beat at the corner by Garendo, who ends up having the icing on the cake, first down to seal the victory. But the Cowboys giving up plays of 47 yards, 43 yards, and 39 yards. Not to mention you can sprinkle in a run of 16 and 19 in there as well. So big plays, without a doubt, defensively. An issue, and I agree with what you're saying in terms of the offense being very, very vanilla as well. But I mean, we can say as much as you want about, hey, the offense isn't helping the quarterback. I agree. The quarterback isn't helping the offense either. And we've had plenty of conversations about whoever is the offensive coordinator, and the Cowboys have put up numbers against some bad teams. this is something where Ford's going to have to give you more. I mean, he's going to be here. I don't know about the head coach. Your quarterback's going to be here.
Yeah, your quarterback's going to be here, and your receiver who try to get you back into this football game, they're going to be here. Everybody else is pretty much fair game.
All right, more of your calls and texts, 877-881-1053. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
I'm Darren Woodson, former Dallas Cowboy player and Super Bowl champion. When I played in the
and specialist Heather Barberi. We provide VIP treatment and a relentless pursuit of justice. Choose Barberi Law Firm for a masterful defense. Call 682-LAW-STAR.
First and goal at the 4 for the Niners. Wolchuk in motion, handoff Guerrero, blows right up the middle like there's nobody home. Touchdown San Francisco, and they have regained the lead.
All right, back on the post game, 30-24. 49ers beating the Cowboys here. Zach Wolchuk hanging out with the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus, and so much more to get to. Phone lines are absolutely packed. Appreciate everybody who wants to call in and react after this one, 877-881-1053. We will get to you. We'll hear from Mike McCarthy as well, but right now let's get to the voice of your Dallas Cowboys, Brad Sham, brought to you by the National Medal of Honor Museum. Join the mission at mohmuseum.org and AT&T, the official 5G innovation partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Brad, your initial thoughts after this one? I know we were talking that third quarter, 21-0, San Francisco outscores you. That really seemed like the quarter in which the game just unraveled and it was too little too late in the fourth.
Yeah, and Zach, it wasn't just the score. It was they didn't have a first down in the third quarter. The plays were 21-7. It was just abysmal, and it started with the kickoff.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Aubrey's kickoff missed the landing zone.
Right.
So they're at the 40, and you just don't want – look, the 49ers can still run the ball against this team. I thought Kendrick was slower than I've seen him,
mm-hmm.
and he may still have lingering effects of the injury that kept him out the game before. I thought the safeties were horrible.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple of guys. Golston had some moments,
yes.
did a few things. Odigizua had a couple of moments. He had a real problem out on the other corner. And so, look, you're just overmanned on defense. And when that happens, there's not a lot you can do about it. The offense still has not done what it has to do.
Yeah.
And they're not, maybe you'd like another receiver, but they're not overmatched and overmanned because of injuries. They're not missing anybody.
Yes, sir.
This is the team. And the offense has to be designed better. It has to execute better, and it has to carry more of its load. They have zero margin for error. That's a tough way to play.
Brad, you've seen a lot of these games, not losses and stuff. I mean, you've seen a lot of NFL games. I from now on, if I want to get a first down or score on the goal line, I'm just going to hammer the guy covering, the outside guy, and just run picks all day. If that's what the league's going to let you do.
That would amaze me, Brian. I don't know how that's not offensive.
I have no idea either, but I hope
textbook.
Dallas starts doing it. I just hope that now the league has said, okay, fine, you can hammer the guy covering the guy down there, and let's do it on 4th and 2. Let's do it on goal line situations and stuff like that.
As you know, the only problem with that line of thinking is next week's crew won't call it the same way.
No, if I'm McCarthy, I'm going up to him before the game. I'm saying, listen, are we okay with hammering guys on the outside? Because last week we got screwed on it. Okay, I mean, and hey, that was just one thing, but that's the one thing that kind of pisses me off right now. That that the league allows. There's specific things that they say you can't do, and that's one of them. But for that crew to allow that to happen, and again, Dallas got beat today, but I'm just my hatred of the games not being called how they need to be called, or like all you want to do is be called the same way each week. That was a poor example of the games not being called the same way each week.
100%. It's one of the inherent weaknesses of the league, I think, the inconsistency from one crew to another. I think it's hard to play pass defense, but that one to me was egregious. That was hard to miss, but they did.
They did, and Dallas did. They lost. I mean, the third quarter, you mentioned the kickoff. Brad, the special teams penalties.
Yeah.
What is, and there's okay, Jerry would be on right now saying, Brian, that we got more problems than that. But these special teams penalties, the new kickoff thing seems to just we can't line up, can't block, can't do this, can't, where are we on all this?
Well, the first one of the game, I
right
don't
after the
know
coin toss.
And I don't know what the rule is because clearly Goodwin was 5 yards behind the rest of the line.
Yeah.
But he was the next time also. And Fossil, there was some wrinkle in the rule that I frankly don't know, that one guy could line up 5 yards off. Yeah. He got called for it on the first kick.
Right.
And he didn't change where he lined up after that, but they didn't call it anymore.
Right.
So, but your point is extremely well taken. You have these just stupid self-inflicted wounds that are the sign of a team not focusing, not being sharp, and they're just not good enough to overcome those kinds of mistakes.
Right. You mentioned and broke down a little bit of the offense there. What'd you think of that final series?
Offensively?
Yeah,
if Turpin catches the ball that he just has to catch, then we're not talking about the other plays. I mean, that's a perfect throw.
Yeah.
I do, when you look back at the first pick and you look at that play, I'm beginning to wonder if the routes you allow Turpin to run have to be limited to like slants and the things that he can get out in space.
Smash routes, in and out routes, quickness routes, Cole Beasley routes, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he ran the slant earlier. That was a big play, but he cannot body up with a bigger cornerback.
No, he can't.
And that's what happened to him on the double team on the first interception.
Yeah.
And I thought that's really completely what happened to him on the incompletion in the last possession, because the cornerback was bigger, but he's got both hands on it.
Yeah.
Now, a bigger guy is just going to be able to muscle with that corner. That is, sadly, I would say, a play that Turpin has to make. And, that was, for me, Zach, the key to that last series. They had their big play, and they just didn't convert it.
Any final thoughts before we let you out of here, Brad?
It's going to be tough to rally up and find a positive attitude to get ready to go play Atlanta. And the fact is, 3-4 is not good.
No.
But they've got half the season to go. And, as Babe was saying at the end of the broadcast, Eagles were 10-1 last year, wound up losing the division. There's plenty of time to be competitive. The problem this year is you've got two teams who right now are better than you in the division ahead of you. And you've got to start playing better. But we're not in week 12. There's time. If they can play well on offense and figure out a way to allow the defense to have a little help, then they can be competitive and not have to come from behind all the time. But it's getting close to being a crisis point.
Thank you, sir. Safe travels back home.
Thank you. Talk to you guys.
There he goes, the voice of your Cowboys, Brad Sham, after a 30-24 Niners win over the Cowboys. Cowboys falling to 3-4. 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. We will hear from Mike McCarthy here in just a second. But, Brian, you brought up, and we had some texts, like when are you going to start possibly benching players?
Yeah.
And they did with Donovan Wilson?
Yeah, Donovan Wilson, and they went with
Wanye Thomas?
With Wanye Thomas is what they did, yeah. And I was kind of wondering if that was going to happen in the I was thinking, I might have to catch this on the film, but we saw Bell in there late. You mentioned that about Bell playing there on the edge, but yeah, Wanye Thomas that came in the game. I would not be surprised this week. And let's be honest, Kyle Pitts had a huge game.
He did
against Tampa Bay today for Atlanta, and so here we are once again. How are you going to play against tight ends? You very well could see. Me personally, if I was Mike Zimmer, I would have treated Kittle like a wide receiver in this game. I don't think I would have put a safety. I would thinking about maybe treating him like a wide receiver and putting cornerback play on air, but you went a little light at cornerback to get all those running backs active too. Yeah, you had the sickness, which would have got on. But their plan going into this game was to go light at cornerback, and it might have got him tonight.
All right, let's hear from head coach Mike McCarthy.
Fingers were out when we talk about the third quarter, that kind of flipped the game and just them opening 3 straight touchdowns, and then also Dak's interception in there as well.
Yeah, definitely. Third quarter was obviously a factor in the outcome. The 3 and outs on offense, and the one giveaway, and obviously their point and really production there. But yeah, I mean, you have ebbs and flows of the game. We definitely stayed in that valley way too long. So we felt solid at halftime. That they were +5 ahead of us in the big play. But Purdy, making plays with his feet, and the 3 and outs. We didn't give our defense any relief either, too. But I thought our guys did an excellent job fighting back in the fourth quarter. We just needed to make probably 1 or 2 more plays. Particularly on that, they still have a chance to go down and win it there in the last series on offense. So we're disappointed. I think our guys, our men really had a good week of preparation. I thought there's definitely areas of improvement, but still we have a ton to work on. I mean, it's there's some hard matchups throughout the game that we prepared for and we didn't get it done. So we have to go back and continue to work hard, in the planning part of it, because their key players were very productive, tonight. And so when you put together a plan for that, it's you obviously need to execute it, and so coaches and players, we can learn from this, and we're 3-4. That's the facts of this deal. But I felt very confident, based off of the week preparation. We're disappointed. We're disappointed because we obviously felt we were going to come in here and do what we needed to do to get the win. We came up short.
Thanks, Phil. I'll say, guys, come back to the beginning of the game. When did you find out Rico was sick, and how did that change what you guys were planning running back?
I was here early. I can't give you exactly the time. I want to say once when everybody comes on the same bus. So when the whole team arrived, you have the time of that. I don't know what time that is. When the team arrived, Jim had come in and told me that he was sick. So they reported it to the league, and then the medical staff treated him, and it was a medical decision for him not to be up. So we waited till about 15 minutes before the 90-minute mark and made a decision.
All right, there you have it. Mike McCarthy, when it comes to this 30-24 loss.
See, this is where, he talks about preparation and stuff like that, and this is what gets me. All week long, we talked about the injury problems and the lack of maybe some availability with the 49ers going into this game. This is what bothers me. Who is the one guy that if Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and all these guys, I mean, they even lost their running back in this one.
Yeah.
They lose their, and to me, the player that could beat you in this game is George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you let him just dominate you in this game. You come into a game. We talked about this. I know. I had a feeling this would happen. When San Francisco gets in that, when they get under center, they're going to run the ball.
Yep.
When they get in shotgun, they're not going to run the ball. So what did Zimmer do? He blitzed them. But what kind of plan do maybe there was what kind of plan do you have to try and take their best option out of the game? Kittle's what killed you in this game.
Yep.
And he mentions the legs. I totally agree. But then you talk about preparation and all that stuff going in. No, you did not. You covered him with a safety in this game. You can't, you can mix it up with him, but to me, it just kept going and going and going and going. Like that was going to be the answer today. That's not game planning for a guy. He's the one guy that could kill you in this game because Deebo Samuel was compromised. You could tell he was compromised.
And he left with a rib injury.
Yeah. Jordan got shoulder injury.
Yeah.
Out.
Yep.
Out. But you were going to have problems stopping the run. There's no question. But you allow Kittle to beat you up the way he did. That's not preparation to me.
Set season highs in receiving yards with 128, receiving yards over expected, plus 42, and yards after the catch, 73 yards after the catch. It was 128 yards for George Kittle. That is insane, and I agree with you 100%. And Mike, continuing
He's
to talk
the
about
one
practice.
guy. There's no Ayuk. There's really no Samuel. He is the best weapon the 49ers have, and you let him wreck shop on you. And you just kept running Wilson out there. And it's not Wilson's. I mean, Wilson is not a good cover man.
No.
He's just not. I don't know how you could sit there and watch him play. He's a forward player. He's a downhill player. You see, even when he has to react to Kittle, he overshoots. He gets
the angles are an issue.
The angles are always a problem. You can't cover a guy like that with a guy who has problems with angles.
Yeah. And the practicing again, Mike's bringing that up. He tells Sean and RJ on the flagship 105 through the fan on Friday morning, practice was great this week.
Sure it was.
After the loss, though,
sure it was.
Practice, but just not practicing hard enough. I don't know. There's a lot going on here. All right, let's continue to break it down. We'll take your calls and texts. We'll hear from Dak Prescott. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Hey, Cowboy fans. I'm Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. But lately,
DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts and up-to-the-minute blogging at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
Snap to Prescott. They will throw it on first down. Deep ball down the left side. Double coverage. And it's intercepted at the 8-yard line. Jumped by Jair Brown. Stepped in front of Turpin. And the Cowboys have turned it over on their second possession of the game.
That one was not good. That was the first of two Dak Prescott interceptions. Dak finishing 25 of 38, 243 yards, a pair of TDs, both to CeeDee Lamb, and a pair of INTs as well. Cowboys falling in Santa Clara to the Niners again, 30-24, as the 49ers go to 500 at 4-4 on the season. Cowboys falling to 3-4, and they've got the Atlanta Falcons up next, who won today in Tampa against the Bucs. They're currently first place in the NFC South. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus. We'll hear from Dak Prescott. We also do have the audio, Newey Scruggs of NBC, getting some of the back and forth with Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie. We'll get to that in a moment, but a lot of you have been waiting very patiently on the phones. Brought to you by WinStar, is the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. WinStar knows what it means to be a star. With over 10,000 of your favorite electronic games, the all-new two-story WinStar Spa and Cascades, their luxury pool complex, WinStar really is the place to feel like a star. Please game responsibly. Let's get to Jim in Round Rock. Jim, what's going on, my buddy?
Well, Wolchuk and Bryan, that was a piss-poor game. I tell you, it started off pretty good. There's a little creativity in the play calling. In fact, I thought they were going to drug test Zeke at halftime as hard as he was running out there. I think he's ready to make up for his last play against the Niners. Fellas, it was really tough to watch that third quarter.
Yeah.
And I tell you, Brian, when you go back and watch that game, you're going to see that Kittle was open in the first half, and they weren't going to him. I think their coach had a plan on National Tight Ends Day to go and engage with him. There were many times when he was open, and boy, I tell you, you're right about them, those crossing routes.
Yeah.
You knew they were going to go with it. You could almost, I mean, we watched enough 49ers fellers that we could almost call their plays and tell where they're going to go. Now, Purdy did a little bit more with his legs this time than we've seen. But boy, I tell you, it was different. But you know, the answer, we just got to practice harder. We just got to give more effort. Got to go back to fundamentals. But now I will say this. There is clear that we were missing the impact of a guy like Mike Parsons out there and Deron Bland out there. I mean, we're battered and hobbled, but these guys play tough. They played hard. That defense played hard in the first half. But I tell you, I think the Niners came out in the third quarter, and the Cowboys were still sitting back there. Their brains were sitting in that locker room, and it was real disappointing because just a couple plays, if we'd have had them back. And I don't know what to think about Dak. He just, Brian, you said it. You said it for years. Sometimes you just wonder if he sees the field and what he sees, and in some of the decision making. I'm
with you, Jim. I agree, buddy. Thank you so much. We got a lot of callers, so just got to kind of keep it moving. But you're our guy, and we love you dearly, and you're making a lot of really, really good points there. Let's keep it going. Line 5. Let's go to James in Dallas. How you doing, James?
Gentlemen, what an honor it always is to be able to discuss the game we love with two of the best in the business. We have a legendary Bryan Broaddus. We have a DFW favorite, Wooly Bully. How are you gentlemen doing?
We're doing okay, James. We're doing all right. What's going on, brother? You had a hell of a call last time.
Well, I'll say this and give an ode to WWE Cody Rhodes, who calls himself the American Nightmare, because Dallas Cowboys, the America's team, is in a right now American nightmare. We have no running game. We have a bad O-line. We don't have complimentary football across the board. And on top of that, our coaching staff is not complimenting our players. So what do we do in this situation? I look to Mike McCarthy, the one who's the leader, to find a solution, and it has to start with him. Y'all have talked about his play calling. I would ask, is there a time where we have to start questioning if he is on the hot seat?
Appreciate the call, James. I think, yeah, absolutely. I think
he started the season on the hot seat.
Yeah, he's on an expiring contract.
Yeah.
So I think the conversations are going on.
Yeah, every loss and every time it turns into where it looks like when players are standing up there and maybe it's low-hanging fruit, when players talk about preparation and talk about, things they need to do better, get in the books, practice harder, whatever you have to do, that's a reflection on him. It's a reflection on the players, too, that they don't have enough pride in themselves to practice and be able to get themselves ready to play in these games, if that's the case. Because there's way too much talk about that, not only from those players, but also, though, from your head coach. So that really, it's not me just making up stuff and trying to stir S up here.
Yeah.
It's me telling you that if my head coach and players are talking about weekly preparation and stuff like that, I'm firing the head coach.
Yeah, the practice point it keeps coming up, and it's contradictive and hypocritical when you're hearing it was a great day of practice on Thursday when Mike's talking to us on Friday, and then today it's we're just not practicing. So what is it? Was it a great day of practice? Are you not practicing hard enough? Practice is fine when you're winning, but then that's the excuse when you lose. For a while, it was the refs. That's what we heard after every loss. Yeah. The officiating. Now it's the practice stuff. So your offense is on tape. It's not good. Yeah. There's no creativity to it. And I get it. The personnel's not great either.
Yeah.
You don't have anybody else to really worry about outside of CeeDee Lamb on the offense, and you can't run the football. No. Brock Purdy had just as many rushing yards as the entire Cowboys team did.
Sure did, yeah.
So, yeah.
Your quarterback, and some people have made some points that Dak, because of the injury stuff, and remember that he was in a boot before training camp this year.
Good point.
So, to me, maybe that injury that he suffered is just not allowing him the flexibility to be able to run or feel confident about running. I know some people are saying that, hell, Dak hasn't looked comfortable running since that calf injury against New England several years ago. So it's clear that he is not interested in taking off and moving that way.
All right, we'll get back to your calls and text. Plus, we'll hear more of the locker room from the tape from the locker room. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Is your workplace on top of its game? For over 100 years, Pollock Aurora has...
dfweyes.com. Tell them Drew sent you. Hood, hood.
Well, they're going to quarterback sneak straight ahead. Purdy appears to have been... Oh, no, touchdown.
All righty, let's get some tape from the locker room, shall we? 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text, the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys falling to 3-4, 30-24. Niners beating the Cowboys. Both touchdowns today were CeeDee Lamb. And how about Brandon Aubrey? Did make a 29-yard field goal.
CeeDee Lamb, the last route where he did a great job of getting off the line on that one. I know that there was a lot of questions about route running, and CeeDee Lamb had to answer those. Mm-hmm. I think he did an interview with Jason Garrett talking about he was going to take it a little bit personally, but his ability to separate there and get the two defensive backs to collide right there, I mean, because he got off the ball like he needed to be, that separation right off the jump, and it got him free. And then now those two guys collide, the safety and the corner. It turned out to be a big play for him, but much better on that one as I saw.
Both of them, I think, were the most separation he's created.
Crossing routes, yeah.
That first one, he had 16.8 yards of separation when the pass arrived on his 7-yard touchdown catch. That's the fourth most on a pass thrown into the end zone in the next-gen stats era, so since 2016.
Wow.
So, yeah, he was all alone. You can't leave 88 unguarded there for San Francisco.
I would have tried to throw him the ball 4 straight times, I think, if in that final drive.
Yeah.
And even though they were covering him and probably bracketed him, I'm sure we'll watch the tape here in about 5 hours, and it'll be like, wow, he was pretty covered up, but still, he did a great job of the opportunities that he got.
Yeah, that's the majority of the response. It's like, why are you throwing to Turpin? Why are you throwing to Brooks?
Yeah.
And I'm with you.
That's what I'm saying. Brooks, feel bad for him. I mean, he gets his feet tangled up and all that. It's just like these young guys have just not learned. The moment is so big for some of these guys, and unfortunately, that's where you miss guys like Cooks and others that have been in these moments and know how to make plays.
All right, let's get to Dak Prescott. Here's what QB1 had to say after the loss.
Clarence Hill, I'll say Dallas. What's the mindset of the team right now for this loss? What's the message?
I mean, me personally frustrated myself that my play. I imagine the rest of the guys are not getting the win. 2 in a row, sitting at 3-4. But I can definitely tell you that nobody's shaken or given up. Frustration is very high, but it's a long season. I mean, it's a long season. Division games, a lot are still ahead of us. Frustrated. That's the best way that I can put it.
The last drive, you go back, was there belief, and can you just talk about those 4 plays?
Yeah, hell yeah, there was belief. I mean, that's all I can ask for. All this team can ask for is an opportunity. Ball in our hand, down 6, to go win the game. And first one, in cut, got to just put the ball higher. Nowhere else. I think in that moment, I mean, from my view, to go with the ball, just got to put it higher and/or scramble, create something with my legs being its first down. The second down play, they did a good job. Took Ferg away underneath, kind of bracketed this corner route, forced me out of the pocket. Third down, liked the matchup, took a shot, didn't convert it. And then on the fourth down, I got pressure early. I had to get out of the pocket and kind of put something up for hopes. Hope that there was contact on the end. Didn't go that way. 2 guys on 1. They made the plays when they needed to, and we didn't.
We talked the other day. You said you don't have to be perfect. This 3 straight games with turnovers. I don't know how you feel. It's the first time in career 3 straight games with 2 picks. Just talk about your play and what you need to do.
Yeah, not turn the ball over, period. As I said, I don't have to be perfect, but I damn sure can't be having the turnovers. As I said, I just got to eat that one, take that sack. And then the second one was as bonehead of an interception as I feel like I've had. Trying to make a play. Too much confidence in myself in that moment right there. Probably just should have, obviously should have just thrown it away. Would have wish I would have put a little bit more like heat on it, and therefore, it would have been CD or out of bounds. So, and then that one hurt. Starting off the third quarter that way, allowed them to get a touchdown there. Look at the end of the score. Touchdowns the difference. Once again, we put ourselves behind in the turnover battle, and that's on me. And you can't have that if you're playing to win games. And I've got to clean that up, period.
He stands up there every week and takes the arrows, and he's right. He's got to play better, and he walked you through what he saw. And unfortunately, it wasn't good enough tonight. But yeah, the turnovers were huge. 4 straight games with 2+ turnovers. Can't have that. You cannot have that. And, he talks about it every week, but I give him credit for standing up there and at least talking about it. There's a lot of people that won't do that.
Yeah, he's a pro. There's no doubt about that. But now on the season, I believe he's up to 10 touchdown passes, 8 interceptions. He had 9 picks all of last year. And certainly, when you're compromised defensively, you're down Brandon Cooks, but I don't think a lot of people would say that compromises you much on offense, unfortunately, with the way that he's been used in the offense and maybe due to his play as well. But yeah, I mean, you can't be putting yourself. You almost, and against San Francisco, we talk about it every time. You almost feel like you got to play perfect, and the penalties are an issue, and the turnovers are something you just can't have because they're not generating them like they did a year ago. And that's something Mike Zimmer told us about. Like his defense, there's a difference there. Yeah. We're not going to generate as many turnovers. All right, let's get to the big story from the postgame, and this was Mike Leslie having an interaction with Trayvon Diggs. And this is courtesy of Newey Scruggs, our friend over at NBC5, who was able to get video and obtain the audio of this. But basically, Mike Leslie puts out a tweet during the game. He is quote tweeting the play in which George Kittle runs away from Donovan Wilson, and he asks, what is Trayvon Diggs doing here? Because it looks like Trayvon Diggs is a little bit, maybe not giving full effort trying to chase down George Kittle. Maybe he was. I don't think that was his responsibility in coverage at all, which maybe is why he got ticked off. But evidently, Trayvon Diggs sees this, didn't like it, and immediately after the game comes out of the locker room and has this interaction with Mike Leslie.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
So, clearly, Trayvon Diggs not happy. And he did issue, say he was a coward, and then had the, we can talk about these huevos, was his walk-off, which, actually kind of hilarious. But still, you're coming out in full uniform after a loss, and you're expressing your frustration for a tweet that Mike Leslie, who's a media member, has. Mm-hmm. It's just one of those things where it shows just a lack of what is really important here. It doesn't matter what Mike Leslie tweeted. People say stuff all the time, and when you're in the NFL, you're criticized. You've got people that are tweeting and saying things that you probably think are stupid 24/7. Yeah. We sit here and do a show, and I'm not comparing ourselves to football players, but every day we got a fan text that's up. We get listeners that are texting in not nice things. This happens, but you can't allow yourself to be distracted. And this just further along is one of these moments that we're talking about what the hell is going on inside the walls of the Star when our focus is right after a loss to the 49ers, where you just illustrated how they let George Kittle kick their ass, and you haven't been playing very well, and you've earned a big contract, and you're coming back from injury, and your team has a lot of issues, but you're choosing to vent at a reporter. What are we doing?
Yeah, very unfortunate there, and there's a way to handle things. Like I told you earlier, I can't tell you how many times that players have pulled me aside. I remember Jason Witten grabbing me and just kind of walking me out of the locker room and saying, hey, when in the F have I ever run the wrong route like that?
Yeah.
And then he and I had a discussion, and he's like, he looked at me, he says, man, you've got to be better than that. You just got to be better. And I'm like, we're good? He goes, yeah, we're good. And that's how you handle things. You don't come out in full uniform. If you want to take a shower, you want to catch Mike Leslie in the locker room, pull him aside, take him outside. Don't embarrass him. Don't embarrass yourself. But yeah, there's a lot of guys. For a lot of guys, it's always like, no, we tune out the noise. We tune out the noise. No, you really don't.
No,
you really don't.
Everything is heard.
Everything is heard.
They're not keeping anything in-house, clearly. I mean, that is directly after the game. It is just shocking. And no, I'm not blaming Trayvon Diggs on that play. That was totally Donovan Wilson, in my opinion.
Yeah. But Leslie called out the fact that it looked like that Diggs didn't hustle over to go make the play.
Yes.
That's where the disconnect comes. It was that the fact that Diggs felt like, hey, you're blaming me for the play. No, he's blaming you that you didn't get over there and make a tackle. That's what he's blaming you for. Or he's questioning you, he's questioning your effort to get over there and make a play. And
in fairness, Trayvon, and I've been a guy that's defended you. I think you've played up until this year as one of the best corners in football, and you're coming off of a bad injury, and I'm going to give you grace in you're coming back for that and playing better. But to this season, that's a fair thing to question.
Yeah.
You don't look like you want any part of tackling, and you've given up plays.
Yeah.
So focus on playing better on the field. Who cares what Mike Leslie is saying, with all due respect to Mike? Come on, Trayvon. All right, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
All right, 877-881-1053. We got another hour left with you. We will hear CeeDee Lamb. We've got some more audio from the locker room. We'll get back to your phone calls as well. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
People will always come and go in our lives, but we all...
Sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Pepsi, made for Cowboys watching. Blockchain.com. Make your crypto play today. The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away. Jackpot.com. The Powerball jackpot continues to grow. Buy your Powerball tickets now on Jackpot.com. And by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys.
First down and goal. Elliott to Prescott's right. Lamb in the left slot. 3 wide set. Handoff. Elliott right up the middle. Boom. Walk your little dog right there. Cowboys score.
There is your drive of the game, brought to you by Blockchain. Trust the team at blockchain.com to make buying, selling, and trading crypto easy. Play smarter, not harder with blockchain.com. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout, Bryan Broaddus. Niners over the Cowboys 30-24, but that 11-play, 65-yard drive that took 6:35 off the clock put the Cowboys on top in this one at 7-3. And it was, in my opinion, one of the better drives they've had all season long.
Yeah.
They convert a 3rd and 9 on an 11-yard end around to Kevontae Turpin. He fumbles. Cooper Beebe's chasing down the field. He recovers it. You had another 3rd and 4 to CeeDee Lamb that's converted. Ezekiel Elliott rips off an 11-yard run, his longest of the season. And then a 3rd and 10 at the San Francisco 20. You're again, it looks like maybe going to be stopped for a field goal try. And Jake Ferguson, second extra effort, breaking tackles, able to get a first down. And it ends with that 1-yard touchdown run by Zeke. Unfortunately, we didn't see a lot of that offense carry over until late in the fourth quarter.
No, it really didn't. It's all of a sudden things kind of got a little bit desperate, and like I say, maybe you thought a little bit of what we saw at the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah.
Opportunity, you get a stop, and you got plenty of time. I know you and I were kind of like, damn, Mike's using these timeouts early.
I know,
but he left. He left enough time, but unfortunately, the plays. I'm really looking forward to going back and looking and seeing how the 49ers were playing coverage wise there, and to see if Lamb was in fact doubled. But man, it just seemed like to me those 4 plays, it's like the 49ers had like 15 defenders on the field.
Yeah.
Everybody appeared to be very covered up. With,
the CD was definitely covered in the first throw. I mean,
it was like 3 guys there. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought if Fred Warner didn't pick it, Lenore probably would have picked it. He's probably looking at Fred Warner like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. That likely would have been a pick.
Do want to send well wishes to Cowboys Vice President of PR, Tad Carper, who had surgery during the bye. We found out during the broadcast to remove 2 cancerous tumors. He found out about it thanks to a test that he took, courtesy of Dak's foundation. He's expected back tomorrow. Was watching tonight's game from home, but get well soon, Tad. We are thinking about you. Let's get back to the phones, 877-881-1053. We'll hear from CeeDee Lamb coming up a little bit later, but let's go out to Aaron in Buffalo. What up, Aaron? All right, let's go to Randy in California. Randy, how you doing?
Doing good, guys. Hey, that was a tough loss, but I'm glad that they kind of fought back. They did do something that I really liked. They looked like they helped their tackles out a lot more in this game, and I think that was huge for Dak Prescott because in those plays, like on CeeDee Lamb's first touchdown, they helped out by chipping out those edges because our tackles are compromised. So I don't think they're good enough to sustain one-on-one blocks throughout the game. So that was a good positive, and then that was Carson still injured? Is that what
they're really struggling. They're struggling. His shoulder is. They've been trying now for weeks to get him back, and the shoulder's just not responding like they need it to, and that's why he's been inactive every week.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Randy. All right, let's hit up Phil in Fort Worth. What up, Phil?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, real quick, man, 2 quick points. One is, man, Dak is a $40, $50, $60 million quarterback, whatever it is. And I'm not making a statement. I'm just asking an opinion. I know he's no Lamar Jackson, but does it seem like he does not do enough to make plays to compensate for the lack of talent that he has around him, with him being the highest paid guy and the expectations on him? Does it not seem like he doesn't do enough on his own to make some plays happen for the Cowboys, whether it be buying more time or making an escape or making the big play? And the other thing, same rhetoric from the coaches post-game, like for the last, seems like 15 years now. And, man, I get off because I know you guys got a lot of other calls, but I mean, what's your opinion on those things?
I appreciate the call, Phil. I mean, I'm with you on the post-game stuff. When it comes to Dak, I mean, we've talked about, I don't think he shows a willingness to run anymore.
He doesn't.
Maybe he can't. Maybe he feels like he can't.
Yeah, there's something going on, and they didn't make a big deal about the boot and all that stuff before training camp, and there were some times where he was walking around with the boot and all, and so clearly there's some things that were going on there. Is probably his injury's not healthy. It's not as flexible as it needs to be, and it compromises his ability to want to run. And I think that maybe too, with Dak being a little bit of an older guy, he's not interested in running if he doesn't have to. But there's some times where he probably could have escaped. We've seen him in the past be able to like punish people, when they get in the coverage, and then pocket breaks down and he's able to run. Mm-hmm. But he won't even pull the ball now for some of these RPOs that they have. When they're Chris Collinsworth pointing out, see what they're doing here. They're trying to hold the backside. If you're not willing to run, you ain't holding the backside. I don't give a damn. You've got to eventually run with the football, and that's where if you look at when the games that I watched, the way that Arizona beat, and I know Kyler Murray and Dak are two different types of quarterbacks, mm-hmm. but Kyler Murray's ability to run is what put a lot of pressure. And look tonight, look what the pressure that their quarterback put on you by running the football. So yeah, that's tough right there. If your quarterback's not willing to or can't physically take advantage of his legs.
And with the salary stuff, yeah. I mean, it's the Cowboys' number one thing. When you're going to pay that much money, it then means, okay, we don't have the finances to go out and just hit every single area around you to give you as much talent. That's part of the compensation. Jerry's kind of talked about that. I mean, I think that we've seen another quarterback that was paid this year in Josh Allen. Yep. Started the season, lost all of his receivers. His number one option seemed like a rookie. Now, they've traded for Amari Cooper since then, but Josh Allen was playing extremely high-level football.
Sure
had his first interception this week, found a way to get it done. So, I mean, Joe Burrow took a team, now granted a rookie contract, I understand that, but did take a team with a terrible offensive line to a Super Bowl. I think it's definitely going to be difficult when you don't have talent around you. Every single quarterback needs that. But, yeah, I think we knew that about Dak personally, that he wasn't necessarily going to be able to elevate the entire supporting cast around him. He's not getting help from the offensive line right now, from the talent, from the scheme. But, yes, you do need to get more from your quarterback, and the turnovers have to stop. That can't continue.
Well, we talk about the turn. Last year, he did not turn over the ball like we'd seen in the past. And, he tried to put to bed a lot of those questions. Remember, the offseason was all about turnovers. You couldn't watch a show on the national broadcast without them talking about Dak's interceptions, and he kind of put that to bed. But it has come back in a fierce way.
All right, last call before we go to another break. Let's hit up Austin in D.C. What up, Austin?
Yeah, hey Zach, how's it going? Hey Brian, I'm actually going to follow up on a conversation we had on Twitter, Zach, and that's Mike McCarthy's decision to not defer into the second half and how it keeps burning us, man.
It does.
We talk about that third quarter, and it's a vibe thing. We keep giving our opponents these extra possessions. And look, we lost by a touchdown to Baltimore. We lost by a touchdown in this game. And that, I think, goes back to that decision. Now, it's not the silver bullet, of course, but just a decision that, really, and to Brad Champ's point earlier, we don't have a lot of room for mistakes. And I think that's a continuous mistake that needs to be addressed. Thank you, guys.
I'll tell you what, we were talking about this before half. Remember that they San Francisco scored, Dallas got the ball back, and then went like 3 and out. And you were thinking
20-something seconds came off the clock.
Yeah, you were sitting there thinking, wait a minute, they just scored. They gave you the ball. Now you have a time. Now you're punting back to them with a chance for them to score again. Fortunately, you played, you didn't give up anything, but then they get the ball back to start third. I mean, that right there in itself was almost a big-time disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the call, Austin, and I think that it is a good point. I mean, I do remember, and this is what I said on Twitter, Mike used to be the guy that always would defer. He was big on trying to get the double dip.
Yeah.
And I don't remember that really working out super well for him either the majority of the time. But now I think maybe they're feeling, hey, our best chance of success.
They actually had a lead at half.
Yeah, they led 10-6.
Yeah.
Is try and just get a lead, right? Because they've been falling so behind. But when the offense just looks so poor in that first series, do you keep going back to that well? I think it's a good point there, Austin. 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. We'll hear from CeeDee Lamb. We'll get our player of the game. More coming up here as Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
The Medal of Honor is...
at the Kohler store in Dallas or the new location at Preston Park Village in Plano, and visit Kohler.com now.
2nd and goal at the 7. Snap is back, looking around. Prescott floats it down to a wide open C.D. Lamb on the left side of the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Wow. There's our What a Play of the Game, brought to you by Reliant and NRG Company. C.D. Lamb as wide open as he's ever been in his entire career there. One of 2 touchdowns in the second half for C.D. Lamb. And we'll get back to the calls here in a moment, but we did hear from C.D. following a 30-24 Cowboys loss to San Francisco. And here's what 88 had to say.
See, this one was different than the last couple of times you guys have been here, but still ultimately the same result. What do you take out of the comeback, and what is the ultimate frustration that it still ends up being a loss?
We got a lot of fight in us, obviously. Granted, we started off slow offensively. Defense did a great job, I feel like, and then obviously tell the 2 halves, both offense and defense.
How bad did, I guess this is a Captain Obvious question, but how badly did you want to end this losing streak to this team?
Pretty bad. It really sucks, especially coming here 3 times the last 3 years. Yeah. Lost to them. Sickening.
For you and Dak, it looks like you guys got on the same page a bit and got going. Is that a positive step that you can take forward?
Yeah, we about to get this thing rolling. For sure.
What more do you guys need from just the offense overall?
We got to get started, bro. We gotta maintain the momentum. We can't really go out too up and down offensively, and I feel like everyone on the offense can say that. We got to go put up points, whether it's 3 or 7, regardless, every time we touch the field. So we got to build off the momentum, play complementary football. We can't take any steps backwards as far as penalties or anything of that's self-conflicting, and I'm a firm believer in that, and I know we can do it. So with that, we got to be right.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about the up and down nature of the offense. Yeah. There's just they're not really able to, stack up drives together.
It's a struggle. It is a struggle for them to get any kind of a semblance. I mean, like they have, it's amazing to me how they can look so awful for 3 straight drives. Yeah. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, okay, successful play. And then another successful play. And then, oh, wait a minute, now here they're down, it's 3rd and 1, and they get another, they get the first down. Every series, it's like just such a struggle to get, to maintain, to even control the ball. You're just expecting like, okay, well here's a little momentum, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we have a breakdown the offensive line. Zach Martin gets overpowered, or they miss a blitz pickup, or Dak decides that he's going to throw the ball into traffic. They just can't. Their play caller has trouble getting rhythm. The quarterback has trouble. I think the quarterback has trouble seeing the field at times. I really, really do. I think to me that's kind of been an issue of his. They need somebody desperately to step up other than what C.D. Lamb did tonight. And they needed Tolbert or somebody else to step up. Ferguson. They did it. Like I said, when I watched the tape, I guarantee you that final drive, there's going to be 2 or 3 guys on C.D. Lamb at a time. It's much like with Dallas, what they needed to do with George Kittle. George Kittle in this game was the one guy that could kill you. Nobody else was healthy enough to kill you. And you just allowed it to happen. But they still find ways with a backup running back, a mobile quarterback, and a big-time tight end. They find a way to get enough points to beat you today.
All right, let's get back to the phones. 877-881-1053 here on the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bryan Broaddus. We've got Adam in Anna. Adam, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Right.
Zach, Brian.
Adam.
Brian, you look great in the pink button-down on YouTube, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just got a quick question. There was some words being thrown around about Jason Garrett coming back and being coach of the Cowboys, but personally, wouldn't want that. but how would you feel about Jason Garrett coming back and being the quarterback coach, seeing as he and Dak have a pretty good relationship there? Thanks.
I don't think the Jason Garrett coming back is going to happen. I did see, like, man, would that not be? Would it be shocking if he got an interview? Maybe, but he was here 10 years. I think that's a non-starter. I mean, I don't.
My hope is that ship would sailed by now,
and I don't know that he'd want to come back as a quarterback coach.
They need to. If Mike McCarthy, and I don't think Mike McCarthy is going to get fired during the season, but at the end of the year, Mike McCarthy's contract's up, and him as the primary play caller, and if they move on from him, they need to completely redo this whole coaching staff. They just need to move on from everybody involved. I mean, I know people talking about Al Harris and what they've done. Secondary, secondary's been banged up, but that's no excuse. They have to play better. They absolutely have to play better, and they haven't played better. So, if you wanted to clean house, I'd have absolutely no problem with that.
All right, Zach in the Bay Area. Zach, how you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Hey, there are three things that stood out to me in today's game. The Niners lost their top two backs and had a fourth-round pick rookie, faster than Zeke and Cook combined, with so much speed, just run over us. And then, on that last drive, with 2:43 left to play, you could still run the ball. You don't have to throw it away.
Yeah, I asked Zach that question. I said, "Can you run the ball here?" And because you didn't, you used all those timeouts.
Because you had so much time, you had your full playbook at your disposal.
I tell you what, though,
2-minute warning.
No,
2-minute warning.
Yeah, but see, let me just, if I could point this out. You run this ball like you did on 3rd and 4 when it's the Hunter Lipke, or 3rd and 5, whatever it is, and it goes nowhere. It goes for 0 yards. You're going to call me up and you're going to be screaming about
why they run
football.
it.
And I'm just saying, maybe not you, but somebody will call us up and say, why the F are they running the ball there? They've been throwing the ball all damn night there. Why do they, I like what you were thinking, but there's no way in hell he was going to do that.
Yeah. And where you're crossing routes, and I texted my dad because I'm in California and he's in Texas, and when they ran it to their fullback on 3rd and 4 to start the game, I knew the game was over at that point because they needed 5 yards. There's no way your fullback's going to pick up 5 yards on an inside run. I don't understand that play call to the death of me. Thanks.
I'll tell you what, the thing about it, Mike tried to kind of fool him a couple different times, and he did get him the one time with
the Zeke run.
The Turpin.
Oh, that's right. The end around with Turpin.
Yeah. He kind of caught them in a bad spot, but yeah, that's running the football in that situation. You run that ball and time is peeling off that clock, and you get no yards or 1 yard, 2 yards. There's you talk about problems, man. That now you've really got problems.
Yeah, and the run game, I mentioned Brock Purdy had as many rushing yards as the Cowboys did as a team. The running game's rough. Now, like Isaac Guerrero,
he's a good player.
That was a surprise to us.
We knew, I remember you talking about him at the East-West game.
That's where he really stood out.
Yeah, you go to the practices, and all of a sudden you and Aisha Morrison and others are talking about this guy like, man, hey, Broaddus, you need to watch this kid playing at Louisville. And yeah, he's legit. They did a good job. Man, you're right, 4th-round pick, but he's explosive, and they did a pretty good job with making that pick.
Yeah, and that was one of those in the 4th round where he's taken. That was the Trey Lance trade. And if you had your pick, you could have had Bucky Irving, who was taken right after you there with that pick, Ray Davis, who's playing well with the Bills out of Kentucky, and Isaac Guerrero. So, hey, it's a what if. And
boy, it was a deep draft for those runners, man.
But that 4th round, that was probably the round where you needed to snag it. You got wiped out there by the 5th, and I'm sure they'll address it this coming draft. But the running game's bad. And honestly, that's the thing with Kyle Shanahan and this rushing attack. It started with his dad, Mike.
Yeah.
You can plug and play running backs in this scheme, and they're going to find a way to have success. They've done it since he's been there.
Yeah.
And if you look back at the success that his dad had in Denver, quarterback's the one where I've had the pushback. People think you can just throw a quarterback in there.
Nah.
They're all going to be good. Brock Purdy's a good player.
Real
and
good.
you saw the difference he was able to make with his legs tonight.
Yeah.
Big-time plays there
The willingness
for him.
to run, yeah.
All right, we'll get back to more of your calls. We'll get the stop of the game, and we'll also hear from Jordan Lewis, who's been one of your better players this year. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog.
Your Dallas Cowboys.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Empty gun for Purdy, fourth down. They're going to blitz him, and Purdy throws it over the middle, and Samuel dropped the ball. He threw it a little behind him.
Yeah.
With a Hooker, Malik Hooker in the vicinity. I'm not sure that Mike Zimmer's decision to blitz everybody did not play a factor in Purdy hurrying the operation.
I think you're exactly right.
And the Niners turn it over on down.
Pressure certainly did. That was our stop of the game. 4th and 3. Even after a timeout from the Cowboys, Niners come out, and in the shotgun, Brock Purdy pressured, tries to find Deebo Samuel, and the Cowboys got the ball, ended up kicking a field goal to make it 10-3 after that. So cashing in on the short field, couldn't get a touchdown, but did come away with some points there. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bryan Broaddus after a 30-24. Yet again, the 49ers, another win over your Dallas Cowboys. And talking about that defense, let's go to one of your better players, Jordan Lewis, speaking to reporters after the game.
Did you get an explanation at all on the pick play or what happened there?
No, we didn't. So I don't know what happened there, but they picked it up. So that's the call they made. There was more things that we could have did to stay out of that position anyway.
Could you put your finger on what happened there in the third quarter when things started rolling for them?
Executed. They executed. They understood what we wanted to do to them, and they had some good plays. So shout out to them and the way they executed. So they came out and did what they needed to do.
Jordan, what's the difference between this year's team right now and last year's, in your opinion?
Can't put a finger on it, honestly. Just can't even think about last year. We got to think about playing in Atlanta now. So, like I said, we got to think about the next opportunity. Can't think about the past. Can't think about the future. Just think about the present and how we can get better in the present.
Why do you think it's been so hard to come up with as many turnovers as we've been used to your defense coming away with the last couple of years?
They're doing a really good job of keep away. Play action stuff, different things like that. Shanahan always does a really good job with that, and Purdy always been a guy that can control the rock and understand where he needs to put the ball. So keep it out of harm's way. So they do a really good job of it. Just trying to get shots on the ball because they do come in bunches. So once we start poking them out, things like that, it gets contagious.
There's Jordan Lewis, 30-24. And yeah, the turnovers do seem to be contagious. There's definitely a lack of that right now. But one of your guys that was one of your biggest turnover machines, Trayvon Diggs, certainly hasn't been able to find the football as much. I think he's got one interception on the season. And then Deron Bland, who
they've
was
had
the
some
pick-six
drops.
king.
Hooker's had a couple of drops, and they, I think maybe
Chauncey Golston had a chance
tonight with a chance. Yeah, you got to find a way to get those if you can.
No doubt. Cowboys' next four opponents is from our buddy Jeff Kolb over at Fox 4. Have a 22-9 combined record. It's going to be a next 4 weeks that are going to be very challenging. You're at Atlanta, who's 5-3, leading the division. You got Philly at home, who's 5-2, probably played their best game today in a win on the road in Cincy. Texans at 6-2. We'll see what happens with Stephon Diggs. They might that might be a serious injury. They might be without him, but still a good team. And then at Washington, with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders at 6-2, who had one of the craziest wins probably of the season today from Jaden Daniels throwing a touchdown to former Cowboy Noah Brown on a Hail Mary.
Noah had a couple of drops in that game, watching him, and the ball kind of got to him, got on the ground a couple of times, but right place, right time. And, it's a shame. Bear down Bears, they I felt like they did a great job defensively making the Commanders kick a bunch of field goals. And all of a sudden, their quarterback, they got on a little run with their quarterback literally running the ball because they really couldn't complete anything. It's, man, you thought you kind of had it. But you called it, man, on our show on 105.3 The Fan, the G-Bag Nation. You were talking about that this Commanders, before the team started, goes, this might be a sneaky team to watch before the season even started. And lo and behold, here we are, 6-2.
Yeah, you're now 2 games back, and you're looking at probably the Eagles and Commanders battling for first in the NFC East unless something turns around very quickly for the Cowboys. All right, let's get a couple more calls in here. Let's head to Mike in Dallas. Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas, man, I appreciate your knowledge and your professionalism and your insight on the game. But, man, from get away from all the technical stuff and everything, man.
Sure.
When I look at this team, man, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, from the top down, this team doesn't seem smart enough, man. I've been watching Dak throw into situations, and he has this stupid look on his face after he makes the throw, like he's looking for a flag of 13, 14 guys on the field.
Yeah.
He just doesn't get it, man. He really doesn't. I don't know if he's not watching game film or if he's not making the adjustments, but it's 9-10 years in.
Yeah.
Bro, it's the same look. It's the same throws.
Yep.
he will awe you, but then it starts with Jerry, man, and Jerry try to get these basement bargains, man, and he try to get these guys in here, and then you throw them in with it. Since I couldn't beat the coaches, I'm gonna add them to my team, man. The offense at times, for the most part, it looks old because once you roll that out there, man, they've seen that already. Same thing with the defense. Yeah, we know the players are beat up and hurt, but, man, everybody is dealing with that, man.
Yeah.
Everybody is dealing with that. No running game. With the running game is up in Baltimore because this guy wasn't good enough to fit your scheme. And honestly, I think that Mike McCarthy, I think the coaching staff, man, and answer this, Broaddus, do they coach their system or do they coach the players that they have? Because if a guy doesn't fit your system, it's going to be hard for him to do the things that you want him to do.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, I know because I get to I watch training camp practice, and so you're kind of trying to find a way to get ready for the season. Yeah. And there was a time when I worked at DallasCowboys.com that I got to watch practice, and I always kind of snuck a look every once in a while doing that, and I felt like, because I know this about Mike Zimmer, and I know Mike is there. Mike's not getting it done. Mike talked about button. I told people I thought it was be more buttoned up. They give up big plays. Yeah. They've really, really struggled. They haven't gotten turnovers. He said that probably would happen, but I felt like that they were going to be more buttoned up. And Mike has always been the guy that, hey, bring me whoever you want, and I'll coach him up. Mike is generally a guy that, scouting guys appreciate because just like, hey, I think you'll like this guy. But, they're struggling right now with that. They really liked Donovan Wilson.
Yeah.
They really liked Donovan Wilson this summer when we were in Oxnard. Donovan Wilson hadn't played worth a damn. And especially when you put him in coverage, you got to know better than that. But I think that Mike has always been about that. Hey, bring me whoever you want to, whoever you want me to coach, and I'll coach. In the past, that hasn't always been the case. So I without seeing regular season practices, because they only let us watch 15 minutes.
Yeah.
That's like stretching an individual. We don't get to sit down and watch how they're playing, or how they're getting ready for these games. It sounds like to me there's some real questions about how they're practicing, not the effort, but how's it going from from classroom to field, and then from field to game. There's been some questions about that.
Yeah, and look at how this roster's constructed, and the salary cap is something they'll bring up a lot of the time. But you look at the players that are eating up most of your cap. You tell me, are they playing up to expectation? Dak Prescott?
No.
Zach Martin?
No, not really, no.
Trayvon Diggs?
No.
CeeDee Lamb?
Getting better, but yeah, today was a good example, but up until this point, no.
Donovan Wilson?
No.
And then Terrence Steele?
No.
So right now, the guys that they're paying their money to aren't playing well.
I just believe in my heart of hearts that Jerry got mad at Sean and RJ and Bobby the other day because of just what you walked through. That he's got this roster where, I did this and I did this and I got held out on, and I had to deal with this. I had to answer all these questions. And I feel like that he's probably looking at his roster right now, knowing right now it's not good enough to compete.
All right, let's go to Ray in Mesquite. Ray, you're on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, and enjoy your opinions. On the pick play with Kittle,
yeah,
the reason that it was overruled, it's like on a fair catch. If a guy's teammate knocks him into the guy making the fair catch, then it's not a fair catch penalty. On this particular play, there was 3 guys involved. I'm not sure of who they were, but it was 2 Cowboy defensive backs and 1 49ers receiver.
Yeah.
When the 49er receiver was crossing over the middle, the first Cowboy defensive back initially made contact with him, knocking him into the second 49er defensive back.
Yeah.
So that's why it was overruled.
I don't agree with that at all. I'm sorry, and I know that's the explanation that Chris Collinsworth and everybody gave. Are you an official yourself, sir? Is that what you're calling in? Are you an official?
Well, I have been before.
Okay, but that on the goal line, let me tell you this: you cannot directly. I don't care if you're pushed or not. You cannot directly run into a defender that way and get away. That's not that. That's I've been in the National Football League, since 1992, and I've seen that call almost every single time, and that time they did not call it. So you cannot take a direct path. He wasn't pushed into that guy. You're on the goal line. You're going to be engaged with a receiver, but that there was no 2-hand shove, no bumping him. No, that was a clear pick by the 49ers to get Kittle into the flat, and it worked.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate the call there, Ray. All right, we'll get our player of the game.
I'm sorry, I just disagree with him.
No,
and he probably disagrees with me, and that's fine. But I just don't. You can't go and directly. It's like that was a block. That wasn't that. It's one thing to turn and square up. It's one thing to go inside and square up for the ball.
Yeah,
and then you could get away with that. That was a block.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely took out a Cowboys defender who wasn't able to get over there and try and make the play.
Took out Jordan Lewis.
Yeah, that's exactly who it was.
Oh, no, excuse me, it was Wilson.
Wilson. It was Donovan Wilson. It was Donovan Wilson.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to our player of the game, and maybe we'll sneak in a couple last calls and get you set for next week against Atlanta. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Dallas Cowboys fans know a thing or two.
The Dallas Cowboys Pepsi postgame show continues. Pepsi, proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Brought to you by
Blockchain.com. Make your crypto play today. Bell Nunnally, behind every great company. United Ag and Turf, the official ag and turf equipment supplier of the Dallas Cowboys. American Airlines, proud to be the official airline of your Dallas Cowboys. And by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
3:40 left, Prescott back, looking, throwing deep middle, there's a man, Lamb again, touchdown.
CeeDee Lamb is our player of the game, brought to you by Jack Black. Want to use with the pros? Use Jack Black is the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys. Visit getjackblack.com today. CeeDee, season high, 13 catches, 146 yards, a pair of touchdowns, including that one you just heard from Brad, on 17 targets, along of 29. Best game of the season, certainly, for CeeDee Lamb, as the Cowboys put themselves in a position to maybe have a game-winning type of drive, but did not come through. 30-24, San Fran with the victory. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus putting a bow on this one. Just a few minutes left with you. Let's try and knock out the rest of your calls. Sid in Dallas, you're on the official postgame show of the Cowboys.
Good morning, Mr. Broaddus. How are you doing this morning?
Mr. Wolchuk would appreciate your greetings
Mr.
as well.
Wolchuk as well.
Thank you, Sid. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you. Yes.
I don't really want to talk about the X's and O's because I feel like I'm living a Groundhog Day repeatedly and an utter misery. What I want to discuss is this point, a couple of points. First of all, this team is being run by a bunch of geriatrics where the game has passed them by. If you combine the age of all the management and the coaches and all that, there's no youth in there. Number two, the other part I want to talk about is that we've got players that are a bunch of wussies. They're nothing like the Super Bowl champion players of such as the caliber that I'm used to because I'm a fan of 50 years. Mm-hmm. The likes of Aikman, who's getting his brains knocked out in Pasadena, and he's asked where he's at with smelling salt, and he's saying he's in Henrietta. Emmitt Smith running with his broken shoulder. Michael Irvin getting D-cell batteries thrown at him in a Philly game. There is no desire for these guys to do anything to win anymore. And it's really, really frustrating for me. And I just want your thought on it. Where's the youth going to come in? Where's the punchline going to come in for these players that are willing to do something? Jerry bought this team for what? I think 150? And this city's made him a billionaire.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Sid.
Well, Jerry's made all the owners billionaires.
Yeah.
You know, all their teams are I remember working for Jeff Lurie. Jeff Lurie spent $180 million for his team, and everybody was like, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that? But they're all billionaires now. I mean, it's just the way the league is. The youth, it's a good question, because here's a team that is, they're draft and develop, but the youth could come. Now let's see if in fact there is a coaching change at the end of the year. And is he willing to? And by the way, Al Harris is a young guy.
Yeah,
when it comes to
Al Harris was the one that came to mind.
Yeah, Al Harris is a young coach, and and I think a pretty good one. But with Jerry, the family's going to own the team, and yes, he's going to hand the team off to his son who's 60 years old, same age as me, basically. And so that's kind of where this thing's at. But if it's going to come down to it's going to be on the coaching side of it, and hopefully Jerry will do something. And Steven and Will do something that they look at a coach that might be a collegiate coach or a Ben Johnson or one of these young assistants that, Now, let me tell you this, bringing in the young assistant guy doesn't always work either, too. There's been some teams that have done that where it's kind of backfired on you a little bit.
He tried to with Jason Garrett.
He did.
That lasted a decade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And ultimately didn't get you to where you wanted to go. But, a good topic. Certainly, like, if there were to be a coaching change, I think that'd be one that we would be looking into. What are the names that they end up looking at there for that? But as far as the players go, I mean, I was just telling Brian, they're not getting return on investments on these guys.
Not on the guys they're signing.
Contracts.
Yeah, not on the second.
They're just not.
Yeah.
Right now, those guys have to play better. They've identified them as guys that are going to be foundational players.
Yep.
Your foundational players right now, whether it's injury related, lack of performance, age for Zach Martin, they're not performing to where you need them to for the amount of money you've allocated to them right now. They've got to play better. The rest of when it comes to team building, we can certainly have that conversation. I mean, I think Will McClay and the scouts do a great job, but it's basically you better ace the draft every year for this team to have a chance. And it's just that's such a difficult thing to do, and they do it better than most. But there's going to be a year like you had 2 years ago where it's not looking like it might be a great class, and then what are you going to do? That can set you back the way this team builds. All right, Cowboys lose to San Francisco. We were back next week. It's a noon kick against Atlanta. So pregame starting at 9 o'clock. Postal run until about 6 p.m.-ish. Shout out to Peyton Russell. Fantastic job today. Sir Kevin putting in work as well. And I'm not sure who we have. Oh, is that Chris? Chris Strong, my guy Chris Strong, working over there. All right, Dallas Cowboys. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Hey, Cowboys fans, the Bahamas is calling. Start planning your ultimate getaway today at bahamas.com/Cowboys. From Nassau's vibrant culture to Exuma's serene shores and the adventure of the Out Islands, there's something for every fan. Start planning your ultimate getaway.